The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di Rumah Belajar YCAB Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris, jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak lah. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
dia punya passion di bidang teknik, gue daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Bapak Diki Antonius STMSI, Vice Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Mrs. Chandra Kristianti Purnomo, Head of Study Departments in Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia, distinguished speakers, lecturers, and students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome back to Campus of Love, Universitas Kristen Indonesia, to the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0. Let's give a big round of applause for our international conference. This international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program Universitas Kristen Indonesia in collaboration with the Indonesian Civil Engineers Society of North America, or ICESNA, and in cooperation with PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Interclean, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Gana Sakti Indonesia, BNI, or Bank Negara Indonesia, and CV Turba. It is also covered by our media partner, TVRI, Asrinesia, and Media Indonesia. And it is also broadcasted live on YouTube channel at official Fakultas Teknik Universitas Kristen Indonesia. Today is day 2 of this international conference, and we are so thankful to welcome you again, especially those who have been joining us since yesterday. My name is Herto Bastian Abul, and I'm still your master of ceremony for today's conference. May I also remind you to always follow the health protocol, to keep your microphone muted during the speaker's presentations, to switch your communication devices to silent mode, and to follow this conference with full of attention. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start this program with prayer led by Mr. Diki Antonius Hutahuruk.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start this sessions. We'll pray. Allow me to lead in Christian's faith. Father, we thank you for you have blessed us yesterday's international conference from beginning to an end. Now we will surrender in your power and depend in your blessing. Therefore, please bless all the sessions that have been prepared so that all the participants can enjoy from the beginning to an end to the second day international conference. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, as home to so many cultures, Universitas Kristen Indonesia is known to be a Bhinneka Tunggal Ika university. Today, we are going to show you beautiful dance performed by our students. If yesterday you saw beautiful dance from Java Island, this time our students will take you to Sumatra Island to see the beautiful dance. So please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving on to parallel session 2 and 3 as we had the parallel session 1 yesterday. These sessions will once again be moderated by Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak. Allow me to give you a brief introduction about Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak. Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak is a lecturer at the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia. He graduated from Universitas Kristen Indonesia in 1987 and completed his doctoral degree from Universitas Negeri Jakarta in 2019. He's been working on numerous research and projects related to engineering. This year alone, he just completed his engineering assessor competency. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak.
Herto, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the parallel session 2 on the second day of the International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering, held by Faculty of Engineering Universitas Kristen Indonesia. We hope this conference aiming to give inspiration to all of us to share and learn together about sustainable architecture and engineering. Architecture and engineering sustainability is the interest topic for us to discuss because many of research will be presented and will be discussed together. Yesterday, there have been several sessions from keynote speaker and invited speaker. And now we are going to new session, and here will be three of our speakers who will deliver their presentations on topic according to their respective expertises. First, Prof. Edward Mulyadi as electrical engineer expert from United States of America. And second, Prof. Albertus Retnanto as petroleum engineer from Qatar. And third, Prof. Victor Ginting as applied mathematics from United States of America. Thank you for your willingness to be a speaker and at this conference. It's been an honor for us to hear your presentation for this event. Let's applaud to the three of them. Before presentation, let me introduce in more detail about the first speaker is Professor Edward Mulyadi. Prof. Edward Mulyadi received his PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Wisconsin, Madison. He was a faculty at California State University, Fresno, 1988 until to 1992. From 1992 to 2017, he worked at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Co. And in January 2018, he joined Auburn University in Auburn as the James the Nasser Distinguished Professor. His research interests include electrical machine, power electronic, power system, and renewable energy. He is a member of Eta Kappa Nu Sigma Xi and fellow of the IEEE and an editor of the IEEE Transactions on Energy Conversion. He is a member of various subcommittees within the IEE Industry Application Society, IAS, Power Electronic Society, and Power and Energy Society. He is the founding member, the past chair of the Renewable Energy Machines and System Subcommittee, and the chair of the Advanced Pump Storage Hydropower Modeling Task Force within the first Hold Patent in Power Conversion on Renewable Energy. So now it is time to Professor Mulyadi, and Professor Mulyadi, time is yours.
Thank you for the introductions, and I want to share my screen. And everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let me start my presentation here. So the title of my presentation is Net Zero Issues 2050.
Prof. Mulyadi, your time, 5 minutes more. Okay.
Using power electronics. In Japan alone, there is 27 gigawatt potential, and the US 23 gigawatt potential, and Europe has over 25 gigawatt potentials. So this is just an example of how the lithium-ion battery energy storage can follow the demand really close. You can see that the signal demand is the blue one, and the green one is the resource response. So you can see that it's almost instantaneously. You can respond. On the other hand, traditional response, the green one here is lagging behind. So there's some delay between the green and the blue. So you can see that the difference between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. This is battery energy storage, this is combined cycle. So this is an example of 100% renewable energy. This is tested at NREL testing facility. The orange one is the solar, and the green one is the wind power, and the green one is the load, 1,000 per hour per day. And then the difference between the supply and demand will be stored or restored by battery. So you can see the battery storage supply is positive, meaning that the battery is supplying the grid, and sometimes negative, meaning that the battery is being discharged, So this is just only the renewable energy like solar happens only during the day, as sun is passing by, so it's priority. And then the wind also happens in the night probably, so you can see the green one here is also working up and down. So the difference between the supply and demand is basically stored in the group, or stored or restored. So in conclusion, that our system basically combining renewable energy sources and smart technology that is high, clean energy sources, affordable cost, smart creations of the aging hardware, including communications, artificial intelligence, and transitioning from conventional to integrated power plants takes time, and smart grid will allow a smooth transition. Therefore, we becoming power market designs can be operated by setting future pricing from today with the operations of clean energy, market incentive, thus create a sustainable consumer renewable output. And so there's the careful planning of ICoSAE processes, supporting public policy, net zero emissions, and achieve sooner than planned. This is just references that I'm going to look at it, Google it, and download this. There are a lot of good articles from NREL website that can be downloaded for free. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for inviting me to this exciting conference. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for the excellent presentation from Prof. Edward Mulyadi. Let's applaud for the presentation. I think this topic is very important because renewable energy in the future is one of the primary needed for all people. So I hope the participant can write down the question in chat room, the chat box, and after the last speaker next, we'll discuss about the question. Now we are going to the next speaker, Professor Albertus Retnanto. And before start the presentation, let me introduce him. Dr. Albertus Retnanto is a program chair and professor of practice petroleum engineering at Texas A&M University at Qatar. He received his PhD degree in petroleum engineering from Texas A&M University. He held a principal position with Schlumberger and has more than 18 years of experience worldwide in technical and management position in well testing, field development, and production enhancement and he served as SPA Drilling and Completion Journal Review Chairman, SPA Credit Contribution Medal Award Committee member, SPA Drilling and Completion Advisory Committee, and SPA Advanced Technology Workshop. He received the Peer Part SPA Award, which is dedicated to the technical excellence of author to the industry. He received the Associate of Former Student of Texas A&M University College Level Distinguished Achievement Award in Teaching and Distinguished Achievement for the Petroleum Engineering Faculty, Society of Petroleum Engineer Middle East and North Africa. Now it is time for Professor Albertus Retnanto to deliver his presentation. And please, Prof. Albertus Retnanto, time is yours.
Okay, so like I said, my name is Albertus. My background is petroleum engineering. Thank you for the invitation to be part of the speaker in the second international conference on the sustainable architecture and engineering from yesterday and today. And then, I know I will not go in more in the technical part, but I'm interested to talk about the development of the human capital, especially to deliver the new energy solution. So my topic here will highlight it, how we can prepare the new engineer, especially in the next 30, 40 years, how we can move for the energy solution. I know people think about the petroleum engineering, maybe we will be gone, but here I just try to see what's the expertise that we have, and then how we can support as well to deliver for the energy solution. So, outline of my presentation now, we'll talk about the engineering and geoscience requirement, challenge and opportunity, as well as several initiatives, and then finish with the summary. So here, like the one that we already heard every time recently, what will be the 3 scenarios to explore the energy transition in the future, right? So we have several scenario. Can be back as the usual business as usual until what will be kind of more going to the net zero. So the one that we want to highlight here, where's the position for us is petroleum engineering, right? It's just diminished, or will be part of the solution to solve this problem, yeah, or to solve this condition for the energy transition. So what is the opportunity that we see? The first one, like Professor Edward's presentation previously mentioned about the geothermal energy. So this one as well is kind of required for the future. I know Indonesia, as the second largest source of geothermal energy, has already, for example, in ITB, they study about the geothermal as well. This one is also required. And then another requirement in the carbon sequestration. So who will do that one? So this is the one that I try to answer in my presentation here regarding the human capital requirement. to support, let's say, for the geothermal energy, the carbon sequestration, because this one will be part of the net zero. So all of them still require young professional, with the petroleum engineering skill set. So after this slide, I will show you what the skill set is already available in the petroleum engineering area. And then the industry still need, indeed individual with the subsurface engineering experience. I know in this conference, like we see from a different angle, so our expertise is more in the subsurface engineering. So whatever the flow in the subsurface is basically part of the petroleum engineering skill. And the one that we see as well, the global energy demand is shifting. So the globalization of energy demand, the globalization of the infrastructure development require more engineering expertise in more places. One of them for sure, the one that we see here, regarding the energy, the thermal energy, and then one of them is the carbon sequestration. So I will start to give like some idea. What is the petroleum engineering learn, especially the one that we see in the subsurface. So the first one is common for all the engineers, right? Can be electrical, mechanical, or chemical engineering, right? So this one is like all the math, but probability and statistics, fluid mechanics, strength material, thermodynamics, and we move to the design, right? How we can design analysis and for the drilling, how to drill the well, hopefully you realize as well when we discuss about the carbon sequestration, geothermal, still need to have this kind of the expertise, and then how to complete the well, because all of them, when we discuss about the carbon sequestration, one of them will be put, injecting to the earth, all the one that capturing the carbon. And then for sure, learning regarding subsurface geologists, and then the resources using the geoscientific and engineering method, how we can design an analysis system we can produce, inject, and handling fluid. So this one is domain, the one that we discuss as part of the petroleum engineering area. I know in the future, maybe the discussion still keep the name under petroleum engineering, or they can be changed, be as the energy engineering, right? So this one is something that we don't know. What happened until 2050, depending to the condition that we see around the world. Application of the reservoir engineering practices. So this one is including how we analyze like flow in the porous media, and then how we can optimize the resource development. And then this one is including the project economics, because at the end, like how the economics of the resources, how to evaluate the resources, and then make it the decision making. So the one here, the one that we see at the bottom here is nothing else, kind of the summary. What will be, what are the expertise, what we call it the petroleum engineering program, right? So this one is like the one will be required as well in the future as part of the energy transition. Now, here we see like what is the requirement, as the engineer. So we have like kind of the hard skill as required. So the one that you see in the left part here is solve complex engineering problem. So this one will be more kind of the critical thinking, right? Solve complex means that it's not necessary to be like easy to solve. It's not anymore as the engineer requirement. It's not just A plus B equal to C. Some of them we need to see from the different angle. So the solve complex engineering, this one is like kind of the requirement for the new engineer, right? The engineer, how can they move to this direction? The engineer should be able to design the solution that meets specific need. So what's the needs now, right? So the need that we see in the future, especially for the energy, right? We have like the net zero, reducing the emission, right? Reducing the carbon, right? So this one will be like the requirement, like for everybody. Not like, okay, one area will be the problem, another one will be try to solve the problem. So all of them will be required for the engineer to meet this criteria. And then acquire and apply need knowledge, right? So again, when we learn, it's not just stop during the university time, but continue, keep continue until, whoever in the university keep learning, right? So again, what we see in the future may be changing in the direction of the requirement for the energy, etc. So people keep able to move to the direction that we have here. And the one that we see in the right side here is nothing else. Can we do and conduct the experiment? Yeah, and nowadays we have like a lot of data. How we can analyze the data? So the engineer, one of them is we move more to the machine learning, data analytics, right? So this one is really like the big thing is moved now because the data is not anymore just small data that we need to analyze, but we move to the big data. In all industry, we need to have this analyzed data. And finally, how to draw the conclusion from the lot of data, from the big data that we have now. How we can conclude, right? So this one is again, can be from the different angle when we see like the data that we have. The one I'm discussing now is maybe more in the geoscience nowadays, getting more and more data, and how can we conclude from the analysis that we have now, right? So with the help, machine learning, data analytics, etc. How about the soft skill? The soft skill, right? The one that we see here, communication skill, still very, very important. Since we are discussing here, for the engineer, right? So communication skill is really something very important. Engineer, without the communication skill, is not the engineer. You will not keep your knowledge is by yourself. You will keep communicate. So like, do the presentation, right? Writing the paper, so disseminate all the knowledge that you have. Because this is the way, we can put ourselves. Ethics and professional responsibility is part of ours, as the engineer as well. All of them, when we discuss about the technical skill, we need to see as well how we can put our ethical and professional responsibility in all the situation that we have here and make the judgment, right? So this again, another important the requirement for us as the editor. And next, the one that I put here is function as the team. And then, you can provide the leadership and then know it, right? We have here diversity. The world is not limited only in one country. If you see my CV as well, I work in several countries, I've been around the world. Usually, with this technology like Zoom right now, usually when we see the team, it's not necessarily the team that you see day to day. The team can be like people working around the world, the different time zone, different nationality, diversity, etc. So this is the one that we see here, right? So how we can meet this task, how we can meet the goal, how we can meet the objective. So knowing, this one is kind of the requirement for the young people. When we see team, it's not anymore team like the people that you see day to day, but the team like the one that you see, around the globe. So when we see petroleum engineering, maybe not everybody understand. It's not like we are discussing oil only. So what will be role? They are the one that we see here based on the the skill that we saw before. This one is including like natural gas. Remember, natural gas is one of the future energy that we have it here. I'm sitting in Qatar, one of the biggest country that produce natural gas. And then we have as well the unconventional reservoir, right? Several area that we have. We also have the hydrogen, right? So this one is kind of the future energy, how we deal, for us maybe more in the hydrogen storage, the geothermal energy, and then the one here, carbon capture, CCS, CCUS. So the one that gives you illustration in the right side without going to detail several fields, yeah, the oil field, gas field that already, is not produced anymore, right, can be switched, yeah, to be the CO2 storage. And then the one that you see here is kind of the well, yeah, who knows, yeah, who has the expertise to drill the well. It's basically the one under the domain of petroleum engineering. Can we inject? How do you inject, right? So it's not just, put it as the storage, because this one will be, we need to store it underneath, yeah, what we call it in the reservoir here, how we inject, what type of the fluid properties. So this one again, part of the way that we put or we inject it here. So I start to move right now. What's the generation that we have now, right? For me, I'm the generation X, right? And then nowadays, like, people start to move the generation Z, right? So I'm the professor in the university. For sure, the way that we transfer the technology is not same anymore, like comparing like 20 or 30 years ago, right? So this one we see, for sure the ones really make difference, the digital native, yeah, comparing the one 20 years ago. So this one is kind of the shifting of the generation that we have it now. Now, what's the new generation coming to work, right? Again, I just put this oil and gas industry, but this one can translate to all the industry here. So here is like some training, right? So how we can train this generation, including the video, right? All the one that you see, the one you can see it, game, right? So this one can be part of learning. Maybe the one that we saw before is like project-based learning. Nowadays, maybe people start to move as well with the games-based learning, right? So how we can substitute, right? Mostly like formal courses to change to be like more in the mentoring. So this one is kind of the transition to prepare for the engineering, right? And then so this one is several things. We just discussed it about the leadership, multiculturalism, right? Because the way that we work right now is not only just one culture. Nowadays, people can move easily on the world, working in the several countries, and then again, including the soft skills. So the technology, again, all the industry, move with the new technologies. So if we see from just this example in the petroleum industry, yeah, maybe like 100, 200 years ago, it's like just the simple thing, but now it's getting more and more, right? The one that you see in the right side, this all the technology is developed and then getting more and more as well, right? So including nowadays with the data analytics as well as the machine learning. So I moved a little bit here to give like the flavor. The one that we have here in Qatar, right, in the Middle East. Yeah, here like what female professional in the industry. Maybe another was named Arya in the globe happens already passed this phase, but the one that we see here in the Middle East, maybe we just started. So the first one here I just want to highlight, yeah, as the engineering program. So we have here in Texas A&M at Qatar, yeah, we have like 4 engineering program only, petroleum, chemical, electrical, and mechanical. So here, hopefully you can see what is the percentage of the female PET or petroleum engineering graduate. In general, it's around 50%. So means what? Yeah, like maybe you not realize it, and then mostly common in the engineering school, the percentage of the female maybe only 20%. But hopefully you see here, the percentage of the female working in the as engineer is like around 50%. Yeah, so this one is kind of the biggest one maybe around the world to have this female percentage in the engineering program, right? So means like the one that you see here in the Middle East, like the female as well want to be the engineer, right? So this one is kind of like like the condition that we have, right? For sure, when we see from the chart here, because we are like the branch campus from the main campus in Texas, so we just start to have the first graduate in 2008. So the several challenge for sure we understand, because this one is the way that the move, yeah, in the future, especially for the people here in the Middle East. So for sure it's kind of the challenge in recruiting, challenge when they start to get the job as well, right? So this change the way that people see. I mean, initially, okay, female may be better to have only in the office-based job, but now it's more and more female as well to be like the one in the website job. It's going to the field, and then some challenge, right, to be female. I mean, how to be like balance work and career. Yeah, so this is the one kind of the challenge. But from the male perspective as well, so bringing the diversity in age, gender, language, right? So this one will make the development, yeah, in the company, in the working environment as well, right? So this one is something like it start to be changed as well, the one that we see in the Middle East. And this one is like what we see the challenge in the workplace. Remember, this one is will take time to change, right? So I mean, some of them may be still from the culture, like the female will not be able to travel, right? And then like what happened with the paternity leave. So I mean, this one we see the challenge, especially the travel in the Middle East, but this will gradually change as well, and there will be more opportunity for female, the one that we see here in, especially for us from the Texas A&M. Now we move to the teaching style, right? So that the teaching style is already start to move, right? I mean, because we start to move in the Z generation, right? We have the computer-based training, virtual and augmented reality, simulation and situational analysis, right? How we apply artificial intelligence, machine learning, expert system, and then one of them as well, how to deliver using the project-based learning. So this one with the project-based learning will increase like applying communication skill, creativity and innovation, analytical thinking as well, and then you can have like independent way to solve the problem, the leadership, because people will work as the team. Somebody need to come to be the lead, and then can be rotate, and then try to solve the complex problem solving. And in the same time, this one is like what we call it the active learning, not like just sitting and then listening whatever discussed, right? So like what we get from the participants is like proactive to learn about this.
Prof. Albertus, your time is 4 minutes more.
Okay, so I'll just give you some illustration here, right? This one is like the drilling rig, using the cave-based virtual reality, right? This one is we can see, you can simulate, and then the next one that I want to show, using this SMD Oculus, right? The student can learn about the model, etc. Right? So this kind of the direction, to support this, the generation how they learn, yeah, using the virtual reality. So we don't need to go to the place like this, right? Maybe the illustration that I give here is the drilling simulator. Going to the offshore rig, right? Not everybody can go to the offshore rig, but in the same time here we can simulate the condition using the virtual reality. Yeah. So this one, same thing. The one that we call, going to the deep water, right, to see what's the activities there, and then during the activities, all of them can model it using the virtual reality. So this one is kind of the direction as well. Maybe people think, well, this one is good only for the industry. No, this one is part of the learning process that we have. iPad, nowadays everybody has their own iPad, right? So same thing, I know people, maybe this younger generation will not learn anymore from the books, right? The books is, maybe not really everybody has their own book. I mean, what more in the soft copy. Another one is to see the 3D. I mean, this is the one that we see using the augmented reality, right? So this is the way that we learn. Another one is, I mean, since undergraduate, I mean, please participate in the research program. So here is one example. I mean, like people from the undergraduate, it's not just, I mean, listening, but also participate in the research. I mean, touch the equipment that you see in the left side here, right? I mean, try to understand, try to see what's the challenge. I mean, here, for example, what we have here is the nanoparticle, how we can apply or use any nanoparticle for the really quick loss, well portability. So, I mean, again, yeah, this one is dependent on the condition that we have. And then in the right side here, again, that's something that maybe we learn only, I mean, from the figure, but if we come to the research program, I mean, this one can help like to understand more. Now, how we can get support, right? So the support for sure, the partnership with the industry, stakeholder, and then the former student. So this one is like how we can combine together. I mean, like the one that, I mean, my objective today to present as well, like how we can combine all this one, right? So from where we get the support? Well, I mean, industry, stakeholder, the former student need to support us as well, right? Because this one will see. And then after that, the industry will provide the feedback, what will be their requirement for the need. So, in summary, so basically here in the curricula and teaching modality, so we are like responsive. I mean, for sure, all the program will responsive to the changing in the business dynamic as well as the technology shift, right? I mean, the challenge for us is basically the energy transition. So we are like preparing right now to move from, I mean, like maybe what we call it the traditional petroleum engineering program to the new preparation for the energy transition. And then the challenge for us as well, right, for the industry and academy will be to develop professionals that need to exploit this energy in more efficient and clean way. Yeah, this one will be kind of our objective. And then finally, we see here the collaboration among industry, academia, and government will be crucial to meet this increasing complex chemical, economic, and environmental challenges. So we need to have really like kind of the research and development investment need and then capital intensive project around the globe here. So the one that we see change regarding energy transition, net to zero is not just belong to one country, but this one will be challenge for people around the globe. So thank you very much for the listening my presentation, and then at the end, I'm happy to hear or listen your questions.
And let's applaud and now we are going to the last speaker in this session, Professor Victor Ginting. And before start the presentation, let me introduce him. Professor Victor Erlangga Ginting held a PhD Mathematics from Texas A&M University College Station, TX. Title of PhD thesis is Computational Upscale Modeling Utilizing Finite volume method in heterogeneous porous media flow. And now academic position is the professor of Department of Mathematics and Statistics, University of Wyoming. Also, he is a professional of aviation and activities 2020 and 10 until the present, his advisory editor, Elsevier's Journal of Computational and Applied Mathematics. Also, he has extramural activities and advising, one research grant from the U.S. Nation Science Foundation, 3 research grants from the U.S. Department of Energy, and advice of 7 PhD students to completion. So now it is time for Professor Victor to deliver the presentation. And please, Prof. Victor Ginting, time is yours.
I guess first I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to give a presentation at this conference. I'm an applied mathematician, so maybe what I'm doing is further away from what people have done, but I'm actually pretty fortunate here because at least what I'm going to present today is kind of a small part of what Pak Retnanto has presented today. So it is a mathematics, application of mathematics in this case. So the topic is about how to apply dynamic data-driven simulations in stochastic environment. Again, my name is Victor Ginting. I'm currently in the faculty of the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, University of Wyoming. So what is the problem? The problem is in many applications, there are a lot of uncertainties. That's just the reality, right? Engineering problems are marred by a lot of uncertainties. So how do you handle this uncertainty? So as a benchmark problem, we can consider a contaminant transport problem. For example, in flow and porous media situation, say you have a reservoir or an aquifer containing water, and maybe you are not far away from, say, the coast, and from the coast itself, from the sea, there can be what we call a saltwater intrusion that could pollute the water, the drinking water. So that's just an example of what we call the contaminant transport problem. So some of the sources of the uncertainty, for example, you don't know much about the geometry of your domain, of your porous media in this case, maybe the location and strength of initial concentration. So this pollutant, for example, you don't know where it begins, right? So you need to be able to quantify in a precise manner the location and how much is it, right? And then the intrinsic property of the porous media itself, of the subsurface, for example, which is what we call permeability in this case. For those of you who are coming from engineering background, I think the notion of permeability here is pretty common. So we would like to be able to predict the physical properties using available information. But the problem is I don't have that many information. I'm always lacking information. So typically you can have a set of measurement data, but the measurement data is sparse. And you would like to be able to use this sparse measurement data information to predict. In this case, you begin with, say, quantifying the uncertainty associated with your problems. But then this will turn out into what we call an ill-posed problem. So problem that is lopsided. So you can have a set of sparse measurement data, but then if you use that, there may be more than one possibility of initial concentration that you can predict, for example. So there is no uniqueness in your prediction. So that's kind of the issue. And in this case, we would like to be able to use a dynamic data-driven simulations. We would like to employ it integrated in the simulation, and we integrate the measurement information, which is often sparse, to quantify the uncertainty in the characterization of the physical problem. Okay? So unfortunately, I need to show a little bit of mathematics. So typically in engineering problem, you begin with a formulation of the problem. And that formulation of problem definitely must involve a certain set of equations, typically maybe differential equations, or in a more realistic setting, then we're going to have what we call partial differential equations. So let's imagine here, I have this variable which we call C. C stands for the concentration of the contaminant. So imagine C is just a function that can change with respect to where you are, so spatial location, and also when it happens, so it can depend on time as well. So imagine that C is a function of space and time. So then this function C is governed by this PDE. So there is a kind of a rate of change of mass here represented by the time derivative. And then there is this advection. So usually when I discuss advection, I would just tell my student, okay, imagine yourself standing in front of a river, and then you throw a die to the river. So what's going to happen to the die? Well, the die is going to spread, but because the river is flowing, in addition to spreading, the die will also move. So the movement is caused by this middle term here, which is what we call advection. Sometimes people call it convection. Whereas the dispersion itself is modeled by the last term on the left-hand side. Okay, so that's kind of the partial differential equations we have. And typically you are supplied with an initial condition. And this is one of the problems. You don't know what the initial condition is. In our application, you don't know the initial concentration of the contaminant. And then, of course, you have to provide some kind of auxiliary condition in terms of what we call boundary condition. So you combine this PDE with another set of PDE, which is governed by, I'm sure for those of you who come from petroleum engineering, you're familiar with this. This is what we call Darcy's law. So Darcy's law essentially trying to relate the gradient of the pressure. So the movement is actually modeled by the pressure difference, which is what we call the pressure gradient. So there is a relation between the pressure gradient to the velocity, and that's actually what we call Darcy's law. And then you combine this with a statement of conservation, and you end up with another set of PDEs. So essentially you have two different PDEs here, but now we have two problems. The first problem is I don't know what the initial condition is in a precise manner. And second problem is I don't know what the permeability, so if I talk about the relation between the pressure gradient and the velocity earlier, the relation here is actually connected by this coefficient, which is what we call permeability, which is just the property of your subsurface. It's just measuring or quantifying how fast your medium can flow a fluid. Okay? And then D here is the dispersion coefficient. But suffice to say, I'd like to be able to use this model through simulation, because I couldn't solve this analytically. I need to use computer to help me solve this problem. But I'd like to solve it in such a manner I can include any possible measurement data that I have in such a way that I can recover the initial condition and the permeability of the porous medium. So this is just to give an illustration. Imagine that this box that I have here is my porous medium. I have a pressure gradient here represented by this arrow. And imagine that this is actually the location of my initial contaminant with its quantity that I don't know. So I imagine that the small box here, I don't know where it is in reality. And then what usually done here, okay, I'm going to build up a bunch of sensors. This is just measurement sensors. Here in this example, I have 6 of them. So we just collect this measurement data, which we denote by m gamma. So I can measure it in space, right? Remember now I have these 6 different locations. And I also measure it in kind of several different times. So now this notation gamma j tk here is just assume that you can actually measure the concentration at a certain location and time. And as you see, imagine that this box is in kilometers, for example, in dimension, and you have only six measurement locations. And that's really what we mean by having sparse measurement. Okay. So what did we do? Well, we did it by setting up first how we're going to represent the initial condition that we don't know. So this is kind of beginning with what we call setting up a prior assumption, right? So now I'm gonna assume, okay, I'm gonna assume that my simulated initial condition can be represented by the summation here. And now my aim here is to find this alpha I. This is just kind of the coefficients of linear combination. And I'd like to choose alpha from the simulation such that my simulated concentration, which is denoted by C tilde, is approximately the same to whatever the available measurement of the concentration of the contaminant that I can get. Now, to be able to do this, I need to create what we call an objective function. Okay? So how do we create this objective function? Well, first of all, it should include any available sparse information. So as you see here, I actually include in this expression a difference between the simulated concentration, simulated meaning it's one that I can get from computer simulation, and then I take the difference between that simulation to the measured quantity, to the measured contaminant, which is gamma j here. Okay, so this is actually my objective function. So I'm actually trying to minimize the discrepancy between the simulated quantity from the measured quantity. And then on the second term here, what I did here is I'm adding some kind of penalty term so that somehow I can make the problem to be well posed. If you remember from before, I did say that the problem is ill posed, i.e. it's not really easy to solve. And then you add the second term here in such a way that it becomes a bit more well posed. So this is just again an illustration, kind of the setting of the update, right? So you can actually update at every so other time. So the way to get the system that I'd like to solve in computers is actually to take what we call the derivative of the objective function. In the language of vector calculus, we call it Jacobian of the objective function. Then it becomes a system. It's actually a linear system that you can solve. So you have a matrix, you multiply to a vector, and it's equal to another vector, and you would like to invert the system. So that's kind of the idea, the mathematical idea behind this. But suffice to say that to be able to do this, then you need to first know a bit better about the physics behind your application, and then be able to transform it into appropriate mathematical problems. Of course, you have to realize that it has its own limitation, right? Any modeling, any mathematical modeling has its own limitation, something that you need to be aware of when you use the result of that modeling in your practical application. Okay, so this is just an example where this is actually a synthetic example. I imagine that I have 4 sets of measurement, and I'd like to be able to recover the initial condition that I mentioned earlier. This is actually the recover initial condition. It has 2 kind of source locations here. Okay, so on the top here is at time 0.04. On the right, it's 0.12. Everything is synthetic, by the way. And then if you do this procedure that I discussed earlier, then in the end, you should be able to recover the initial condition in a precise manner. And then once you recover that, then you can actually use it for prediction. So for example, in the case of the contaminant movement, you'd like to be able to know where it goes, right, at later times. But now since you have a better information on the initial condition, you can actually use it to proceed with your simulation at further time after your measurement. And in this case, it can help you, for example, in mitigation process and trying to build a way to minimize the contaminant spread and stuff like that. You can actually use this for your further decision making as well. Okay, so that's for initial condition. The next thing is for recovering or at least predicting the property of the porous medium, which is called permeability in this case. So the goal is to sample permeability realizations conditioned to the measurement data. So this is a bit of a statistical problem. So statistically speaking, you'd like to create a statistical distribution. And in this case, it is distribution of K given the measurement. So it's a conditional distribution. But then to be able to quantify this, as you have seen before, it actually involves a mathematical problem. In this case, it's multiphysics. If you remember before, we have these two different PDEs, right? Different partial differential equations. So it can be actually pretty expensive in terms of simulation. Computing time can be pretty expensive. So how do you do that? Well, you resort to a law from statistics, which is what we call Bayes' theorem. So what does it say? Well, Bayes' theorem says that the probability of K given the measurement is proportional to the probability of the measurement given K times the probability of K. So the first term on the right-hand side is what we call likelihood. And the second term on the right-hand side is what we call prior information. So again, you need to begin with a certain prior information about your K. You need to begin with a certain assumption. If you don't assume something, then you will not get anything. So you have, that's kind of the nature of the game, right? You have to begin with assuming something, and then when you have more information, you may want to revise your assumption. So that's kind of the idea. Okay, so this likelihood, as you see here, this is also measuring kind of the discrepancy between your simulated quantity from your measured quantity. Okay, so what we do here is using what we call Markov chain Monte Carlo simulation. So you're creating a Markov chain containing this sample of permeability, but you do it by doing Monte Carlo simulation. And it involves a certain kind of acceptance and rejection, because the idea is you propose something. Okay, I'm going to propose a certain value for my permeability. I'm going to send it to my simulator. I'm going to get all my simulated quantity, compare it with the measured one, and then from there I need to decide whether to accept this proposal or to reject it. If I accept it, then that's it. I collect it in a bin and then go ahead with the next proposal. If I reject it, then of course I need to come up with a new proposal. So that's kind of the main idea here, is to generate a Markov chain whose stationary distribution is given by the conditional probability or distribution. Okay, so this is just an algorithm. So imagine that you are at iteration level n, Kn. So given Kn, you generate K from a certain instrumental proposal distribution. Again, part of the prior information. And then you send it to the simulation and you accept it. You accept your proposal with this kind of probability. If you accept it, then you go to the next iteration level, Kn plus 1, with the value equal to K. If not, then you kind of go back and then propose a new one. So, as I mentioned earlier, you need to come up with a certain assumption before even being able to begin the simulation, right? So here are certain kind of basic assumption that people have used in, say, civil engineering and petroleum engineering, and that is you assume that your permeability satisfies a log normal distribution. So that's kind of what we did here with a certain covariance function, which I don't think I need to go into the detail on that, but it's there. But then we actually have a difficulty. Typical permeability fields are defined over the underlying grid where the number of grid blocks can be very large. Imagine that you're dealing with a porous medium that is in kilometers, right? And you want to be able ideally to have a permeability value for every spatial location.
Prof. Victor, your time 5 minutes more.
Okay, all right. So, and then you need to do this direct sampling, right? So it's impossible. So you need to somehow parameterize it. You need to parameterize it in such a way that you reduce the degree of freedom. So this is kind of what we did here. We're using what we call Karhunen-Loewe expansion. So let me not go into the detail, but let me just tell you that this kind of approach here is aimed at reducing the degree of freedom, reducing your unknown so that it is still representing the permeability in a precise way, rather precise way, but with a less degree of freedom. Okay, so let me skip on this one. This is just part of the Karhunen-Loewe expansion. So now let's just look at some example here. This is just comparison between observation of your concentration prior and then the one that we got from the Markov chain Monte Carlo simulation. And as we see that even for the synthetic modeling, we are actually able to somehow follow nicely what you have from the observation. And this is the same thing, but I'm using a different kind of sampler when proposing the permeability. Okay, and this is just an example of permeability realizations. If you remember, we used this Markov chain, right, to get a set of realizations of permeability, and then we get this, say 6 of them, and then I kind of compare it with what the synthetic has. Of course, it's not going to be really, really close, but it bears certain resemblance. And this is a different, as I mentioned, different sampler. Okay? And then once you have all this, then you can actually use it for prediction, because prediction is always important, right? And this is the comparison for the prediction where the measurement is actually up to time 20, and then after time 20, I kind of use it for predicting. All right? And all these threads are what I have obtained from a bunch of realizations of the permeability. All right, to summarize, dynamic data-driven simulation incorporating sparse measurement information has been used to evaluate physical properties of the process. Initial condition is recovered based upon an objective function that incorporates the sequential measurement data. The permeability is recovered by sampling from the distribution condition to the measurement information. To take into account the multiphysics governing the process and the distribution, we apply the Markov chain Monte Carlo simulation, which is a lot of computing time. Okay, and this is performed for drawing the sampling. And then we use this parameter reduction by a Karhunen-Loewe expansion in the name of making the whole calculation a bit cheaper, so that we can achieve what the goal is in a reasonable time. And I think I will stop here. Thank you.
Professor Victor Ginting. And now let's applaud Professor Victor Ginting. Because our time is limited, I think we are directly going to question in the chat room. Maybe Prof. Mulyadi, Prof. Albertus and Prof. Victor have read in chat room what question you received. The first is to Professor Edward Mulyadi. Have you read, Prof? Okay, I will read for you. This is question from Sri Panus to Professor Edward Mulyadi. Good morning. Pay attention to the readiness of human resources, technology, and costs. Can the smart grid system be applied evenly in Indonesia? Can you hear me, Professor Edward Mulyadi? Mulyadi, maybe, hello? While waiting Professor Mulyadi, maybe we can go to another question. In the chat room. Please go another question. Thank you, Professor Albertus. And I think all the questions have right in chat room will be delivered to Professor Mulyadi because something happened. Professor Mulyadi is not joined of us now in the Zoom. So this is finally once again thank you for Prof. Mulyadi, Prof. Albertus Retnanto, and Prof. Victor Ginting as an excellent presentation. And also thank you for everyone for joining to this session, and I really appreciate for joining. We hope you learn something today, and I hope this sharing session is more benefit for us. So have a great rest, and let applause to all our speakers. Okay, the participant, I hope stay on in front of the computer, and we are going direct to parallel session 3. Now we have a new session in parallel session 3, and we hope all of you still enthusiastic to join this session, because our speaker today is the good speaker, have experience in many country. Our speaker is the first Mr. Mauricio Diaz Valdez, MSc, as architect expert from Mexico. And the second, Professor Analisa DC Gatot, as urban design architect expert from Philippines. And the third, Professor Bernard Amadei, as civil environment engineering expert from USA. Thank you for the willingness to be a speaker in this conference. It's been an honor for us to hear your presentation for this event. Let's applaud for our 3 speakers. Now, before presentation, let me introduce the first speaker is Mauricio Diaz Valdez, MSc. He is a technologist and architect and researcher. His research focuses on intersection and integration of architecture, engineering, software, digital fabrication, material and construction system into design with a multidisciplinary and sustainable perspective. He is also have investigate opportunities to optimize structure through material, software and digital fabrication that adopt geometry, materiality and construction method within design technology, so new solutions become available. Regarding teaching, he has been teaching and supporting research for 6 years as an academic and research associate. He is a master in architecture from the National Autónomous University of Mexico, and another master in parametric design and Polytechnic University of California. The virtue of the research he carried out is the implementation and integration technological, digital, innovative and sustainable manufacturing solution to architectural design with multidisciplinary perspective. He have carried out research stay at National University of Singapore, also the University of Toronto, in order to gain knowledge and experience in sustainable practices. He is part of the Swiss Society of Engineering and Architects as a certified researcher, major architect. He is a founder of Seminar El Devenir de la Arquitectura that since 2017 has been presented in different universities in Latin America, with the pursuit of publishing the new architectural trends that will develop in the coming decade. He is a lecturer at International Associate of Spatial Structure 2020 in Beijing and Association for Computer Aided Architecture Design Research in Asia 2020 to be held in India. That's the curriculum vitae of Mr. Mauricia. So it is Mr. Mauricia Diaz-Wells. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? It's yours now.
Could you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, first of all, these are your questions for being part of this seminar. I think that I read the first lines of the seminar. It's really interesting to know how the industry are looking at this seminar. That we are not only looking as only of architecture, we are seeing different disciplines of
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mauricia, for the excellent presentation. And let's applaud to him. Now we are going to next presentation. The next speaker is Professor Analisa DC Gato. Before start the presentation, let me introduce her. Analisa DC Gatot. Her belief in lifelong process of learning led her to pursue MS Arsitektur, major in urban design with a 12 years diversified experience in Dubai and Qatar in consultancy, landscaping and contracting company. She worked as an architect in AI Diwan Al-Handasi Consulting Engineers, Dubai, from 2006 until 2007. Orkurok Engineering Consultant to more than 4 years in academic institution. She is now a full-time instructor at Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology and Research Training and Extension Chair in the College of Architecture. So now is time for Ms. Analisa DC Gatot to deliver her presentation. Ms. Analisa, time is yours.
Good day, everyone. I'm architect Analisa Gatot. I'm going to present research entitled Water-Sensitive Urban Design of Barangays, the Case of Public Open Space in Westward Cabanatuan City. Due to rapid population growth and urbanization, cities are becoming more exposed and vulnerable to the effects of wide-spectrum disaster, ranging from acute shock such as flood and earthquakes to chronic stresses such as the one by climate change, according to Rockefeller Foundation and Arrow in 2014. According to Syria and Mudgal in 2012, rapid urbanization causes the pattern in land use to change, drastically affects the catchment hydrological process that lead to the deterioration of water environment. Rapid urbanization and land use conversion of green space to impervious surface is imminent in Cabanatuan City. The city is noted to be vulnerable to high indices of temperature during summer and high chance of getting flooded during rainy season. The latter must be considered as a substantial since it is one of the main factors contributory to the decision-making relative to disaster and risk management. In the national level, the worst-case scenario involved stormwater was recorded in 2009 when Typhoon Ondoy hit the country. Thereafter, a state of emergency was declared to mitigate the damages it caused to most areas of Luzon. The typhoon has left at least 464 deaths and flood water level reaching record of 20 feet or 6.1 meter in rural areas. It is due note that in 2005, 34 barangays of the city experienced flooding as by Typhoon Nona, and infrastructure and households suffered great loss of fortunes from properties getting soaked in water to crops being wasted and weren't able to reach the market. The city suffered the same fate as it experienced being drawn down in 2013 when it was hardly hit by Typhoon Sandy, and in 2015 by Typhoon Lando. Many typhoons then followed, which caused the city to experience the same fate, keeping its city disaster risk reduction management busy during the rainy season. Adwasur is one of the barangays in Cabanatuan City which is classified as flood-prone area. Several occasions, it was noted to have an average flood level of 3.35 according to CDD RRMO of Cabanatuan City. Also, it was observed that it experienced flooding even due to regular rainfall, condition that is alarming to its residents. So the CDRMO of the city is thus to devise means to reduce the risk of calamities like floods. It is material to note the time-tested principle that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Hence, a preventive measure relative for preventing the area to be flooded no matter the amount of rainfall is material and timely. It is in this context that the field of architecture may come into play to devise a means to prevent flooding in the vicinity by developing design suited for water sensitivity. Water sensitivity urban design is a philosophical approach to urban planning and design that aims to minimize the hydrological impacts of urban development on the surrounding environment. Management of the stormwater is a function of WSUD, focus at devising means to control flood, manage the water flow, improve the water quality, and opportunities to use the stormwater to aid the main water for non-potable uses, according to Lloyd Wong and Chesterfield in 2010. In his paper, Wong established the possibility of a background on the use and implementation of the WSUD. Such WSUD is in line with advancing global development as defined by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, to wit, good health and well-being, SGD 3, clean water and sanitation, SGD 8, sustainable cities and communities, SGD 11, climate action, SGD 13, and life on land, SGD 15. These development goals were specifically identified to form part of the rationale as it was aimed to address the issues on health, water, sanitation, sustainable communities, climate change, and life on land in general. According to Victorian Stormwater Committee in 1999, one of the key planning and design encapsulated in best management practices, urban stormwater, is to integrate the treatment of stormwater into the landscape. This is through the incorporation of several use of corridors that maximize the visual, aesthetic, and recreational amenities of improvements. This BMP can apply to the WSUD in developing greenfield site and fully urbanized catchment in the areas like Adwasur. Hence, premises considered this study was conducted to offer a preventive measure to flooding considering the public's open space in Adwasur, Cabanatuan City, by developing a WSUD. For the statement of the problem, this study aimed to develop water-sensitive urban design, public open space in Adwasur, Cabanatuan City. Specifically, it aimed to answer the following questions. Number one, how may the present condition of the area be described in terms of site characteristics such as streetscape, open space, and structural best management practices? Number two, how may the integration of structural best management practice as a solution to the flooding condition of the area be described? Number three, how may the design of the WSUD be assessed in terms of design solution? Number four, how may the development of WSUD be described in terms of site development plan? Number five, how may the potential barriers to implementation be assessed? For the methodology, Locale of the study. The study was conducted in Adwasur, Cabanatuan City. It is one of among the barangays in the city with the highest population according to CDRMO Cabanatuan City, and most flood-prone area. Figure 2 shows the locale of the study. The site is composed of 8 zones with structures such as school, church, barangay hall, and public open spaces. It also has a creek in one of each boundaries. Research design. This study employed descriptive developmental research design. Developmental research is a systematic study of designing, developing, and evaluating instructional program, process, and product that must meet a set of criteria. The first type involves product development process analysis and assessment of the finished product. The second type focuses more on the impact of the product on the learner or organization. Lastly, the third type study is oriented toward a general analysis of design, development, or evaluation process as a whole or as a component according to Ritchie and Klein in 2005. The first type of developmental research was used since it primarily aimed at developing a WSUD based on an existing model of development, which is the modified waterfall model by Leas and Lorraine Conjecture and Gallman in 2000 and in 2020. Site analysis, use of questionnaire, closed group interview, and observation were used to collect data pertinent to the resolution of the study. For samples and sampling techniques, the respondents of this study were the 100 residents of Adwasur and 5 experts in the field of architecture and risk management. The first group of respondents were randomly selected, while the second group of respondents were forcibly selected. For data analysis technique, to describe the current condition of the area, frequency count and percentage were used. For research instrument, the study made of 6 research instruments named the WSUD analysis phase checklist for expert, WSUD analysis phase questionnaire for residents, WSUD design questionnaire, WSUD implementation phase questionnaire, observation guide, and structured interview guide. To describe the solution to the problem of the existing system, the following framework of analysis in table 3 was used. To assess the design of the WSUD in terms of design solution, weighted mean was used and interpreted using the following interval with verbal interpretation as shown in table 4. To describe the development of the WSUD in terms of site development plan, the following framework of analysis in table 5 was used. To assess the potential barriers to the implementation of WSUD, weighted mean was used again and interpreted using the following interval with verbal interpretation as shown in table 6. For the result and discussion, this section presents the data gathered from the data collection and organized into tables and figures. The present condition of the area under study was described using the site characteristic and structural best management practices. The site characteristic was described in terms of streetscape and open spaces. Table 7 shows the streetscape, the subject area as described by its street features. It can be gleaned from the table that the enumerated site characteristic were poorly observable given by an overall weighted mean of 2.13. This can be considered as contributory factor on the high probability of flooding in a Basur, for instance. The presence of free-flowing water in the canal implies that there is a good drainage system. However, the case is different in the subject area site. Since the water isn't flowing in the canal, this is an indicator that when it rains, the water would tend to stuck the canal, hence become stagnant. Also, the absence of sediment traps can increase the flood rate in the area as there are no filters that could separate the solid particles from the water. In a focus group interview conducted with some of the residents, they said that they have observed some garbage and solid residues in the canal that at times are being led to the creek, especially during rainy season. Moreover, there are not enough water tanks in the area that the respondents could use in storing rainwater. According to them, they don't need water tanks since they are getting their water supply from the commercial water system. Panatuan Water Works, they have never thought of recycling and reusing water. Furthermore, the use of the nearby parks like Freedom Park's rainwater catch basin is not observable even if these were of great proximity to the subject site. The same park have no drainage system that could be used for the provision of as a catch basin. As for enough space for the sidewalk, the site offers not enough space for sidewalk, even a minimum sidewalk space of 1.2 meter. However, such is not available in the entire site, especially in the area where many houses were erected. During the closed group discussion, the respondents said that the provision of enough space for the sidewalk are available in areas wherein less people live. In addition, the availability of space for planting purposes is highly observable. This implies that the space could be used in designing WSUD. Based on the findings of the study, it can be deduced that the characteristic of the site in terms of streetscape must be given due consideration in design of the WSUD. Table 8 shows the streetscape of the subject area are described by its open space. Note that only the drainage pattern are available in the site. This means that there were patterns formed by the creek inside. There is a spatial relationship among the creek and the drainage, which can be influenced by an equal amount of rock resistance, slope, and structure of the site. In addition, there are no available landforms and the historical cultural features in the area. This can be supported by the fact that the area is predominantly residential and commercial infrastructure. Moreover, there are no significant water feature like remnant vegetation, habitual or threatened or endangered species in the site. On the other hand, there are existing urban structure in the area like water supply and climate. The latter includes historical rainfall patterns, as in case of the site, which experience two seasons, wet and dry. It is typically to experience rainy season from May to October. The season has brought typhoons into Cabanatuan City, where the site is located, which is flood-prone area, which is 39 barangays or 44% are in high risk, with flood levels range from 1.2 to 1.5. 17 barangays or 19% in medium risk, which flood level range from 0.9 to 1.1 meter. and the remaining barangays, or 37%, in low-risk flood levels ranging from 0.5 meter to 0.8 meter. It can be deduced from the findings of the study that the absence of the characteristics of the open spaces be considered in the design of the WSUD. Table 9 shows the observable structural best management practices, or BMPs, in streetscape and open spaces. As can be seen from the table, most of the enumerated structural BMP in the site, both in streetscape and open space, were not available. However, vegetation is observable in the site. The description of the integration of structural waste management practices as a solution to the flooding condition of the area. The integration of structural waste management as a solution to the flooding can be described in terms of site characteristic, structural BMPs, and street features. In terms of site characteristic, the landforms in the area, drainage patterns, significant feature of water features in the area, the existing urban structure like water supply, and historical cultural features like heritage building must be considered. However, the landforms are not present in the area since the area is basically plain and less terrain. In terms of structural BMPs, the diversion of runoff to garden, availability of scheme on the reuse of water and sediment traps in the area, the infiltration and collection system must be considered in the design of the WSUD. Also, the native vegetation, mulch, drip irrigation system, and the porosity of pavements are the presence of buffer strip, dry detention basin, constructed wetland, bioswale, litter traps must be taken into consideration. Moreover, the retention pond and other bodies of water must be looked into. Lastly, in terms of street features, the canal must be constructed in such a way that the water within flows freely. The sediment trap should be available, and there must be enough rainwater tanks in the design of the WSUD. The nearby park must be designed to help capture stormwater. The enough space mentioned in the preceding discussion can be developed as sidewalk. The open area in the site may be converted for planting purposes. The design of the WSUD can be assessed in terms of design solution. Table 10 shows the description of the WSUD design in terms of design solution. Note that the overall weighted mean of 4.47 implies that the design solution of the WSUD is highly sufficient. It follows the design offers solution to the flooding problem in the subject site, while considering standards, creativity, and its feasibility. The proposed design reflects the realization of the objective for which the design is crafted for. The design calls for the activation of the neglected open spaces and provide new green corridor, the use of open space as catch basin during flooding, provide areas for social interaction, physical activities, and recreation, connecting open spaces through walkways, bike paths along Nabao Creek. In addition, the design entails the absorption of rainwater using porous paving and green roof or roof garden, which help prevent an overflow of polluted water from entering drainage system by collecting and managing the water in a more natural process. Hence, a 4-inch extensive sediment roof garden with a capacity to collect 60 to 75% of annual rainfall in temperate climate was considered. The rain garden that can reduce flow rate and treated polluted stormwater runoff. The green corridors are the Freedom Park, Lake Park, and the Green Street. These have mature trees that absorb 1,500 to 2,000 liters of water per day as per this study. The design also provides for a rainwater tank collection and the use for the maintenance of the plants in the park. Also, it includes retention pond that can be the holding pond, and its water can be pumped for cleaning the area and irrigating the plants. The pond can serve as reservoir in the Freedom Park. Moreover, all water that flow in the drainage system can be directly stored in the creek, serve as the reservoir in Adwasur. The design provides underground water tank in the park to store the water and use for the maintenance of the landscape. During the rainy season, the run of water can be stored in the bioswale, and the pipe connected to the drainage system will be provided so that the excess water from bioswale will go to the reservoir. The design entails for the collection of rainwater to be reused for flushing toilet for irrigating the plants in the park. To prevent the recurrence of flooding to happen in the future, the rehabilitation of drainage for continuous flow of storm or rainwater as well as the creek will be used as a reservoir was considered in the design. These show the design proposal of the redevelopment of existing park with some features like sediment and litter trap, retention pond, bioswale, sunken garden with underground water storage, and kids play area and recreational facilities. Overall perspective of the park, there's also glass used for the building can harness solar energy and can be used as electricity for the structure. Walking area is a permeable paving or porous, and then the use of drought-tolerant plants and trees. There's also social gathering area, stage for performing arts, roof garden, and other recreational facilities. This shows the area of the retention pond. In the creek park, I also provide rain garden, and there's also sitting area. And this is the section of the rain garden and bioswale. For the facilities, solar power light was provided, and there's also concrete bollard for the safety of the user. Pedestrian lane is also provided for crossing the park. Bike lane and the walkway is provided for the mobility purposes. Bioswale along the bike lane. Then Nabao Creek will serve as the water reservoir for Adwasur during summer. Water can be pumped for the maintenance of the plants in the park. For the streetscape, the red line represents the area which the improvement of the drainage system is needed, while the green line is the improvement of the drainage system and providing of bioretention swale along the roads. This is the section of the drainage system and the bioretention swale, which pipe is connected to the drainage system, so the excess water from the bioretention swale will go directly to the drainage system and providing permeable porous paving. Table 11 shows the volume of water calculation for WSUD. Table shows the calculation of the volume of water based on the water level worst case scenario experienced in the Philippines, which is 6.1 meter, and based in Adwasur land area. As per the calculation, total volume of flood water in Adwasur was 211,365
Miss
cubic meter,
Annalisa,
calculated as per the worst case scenario
sorry, Miss
experience in the
Annalisa,
Philippines, which is 6.1,
your
by the
time,
proposed eco-solution
5 minutes
calculation
more.
of volume of water. Capacity is 233,441 cubic meter of flood water plus 10% capacity. Therefore, the proposed WSUD can offer a solution to the problem of flooding in the subject area.
Miss Annalisa, your time, 5 minutes more.
For the description, the development of the WSUD site development plan depicts space that were listed and labeled, and the standard size of all spaces was considered in designing the general layout like that of the park walkways, which is 3 meter, road sidewalk pavements 1.8 meter each side, and bias rails 2 meter. The conceptual landscape provides provision on using drought-tolerant plants and trees to be planted in the site. The provision on lighting provides a solar power lighting for open spaces, and the glass used in the building will harness solar energy and use for the electricity in the structure. Table 13 shows the assessment of the potential barriers to the implementation of the WSUD. As can be gleaned from the table, the overall weighted mean of 3.73 indicates that there are very high barriers in the implementation of the WSUD. The insufficient information on the operation and maintenance of the structural best management practices in WSUD leads to local government concern about their long-term viability, institutional fragmentation of responsibilities in the urban development, and approval process creates difficulties in working across administrative boundaries and impedes collaboration between organizations. The current culture and technical skills within local government and water corporation do not yet support the changes required for the assessment, approval, construction, and maintenance of development scheme based on the principle of WSUD are very high potential barrier to the implementation of the WSUD, all with weighted mean of 4.0. Notice that the potential barrier to the WSUD implementation concerns the role of local government, since it is the key implementers of any policies affecting the community. Hence, the possibility of adopting the design lies also on the hand of the local government. The provision on the adoption of the WSUD can be aligned with the local plans in the barangay level. For the conclusion, it was based on the finding of the study, it was concluded that it is possible to construct a water-sensitive urban design using modified waterfall model. Also, the WSUD can offer a solution in the flooding in the community. The proposed WSUD can hold up to 10% more of the highest recorded volume of the water the subject area and Philippines. Moreover, there are very high potential barrier in the implementation of WSU. For the recommendation, based on the conclusion of the study, it is recommended that WSUD be implemented in the area to offer solution to the problem of the city in terms of flooding. Also, the local government must take several roles in such implementation so that potential barriers could be eliminated. Moreover, an office under the city engineering office and CDRRMO must be put up in order to monitor the implementation of the proposed WSUD. Furthermore, it is recommended that another study be conducted to test the effectiveness of the proposed WSUD. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Thanks for the interesting presentation from Miss Annalisa Disigatot. And now we are going to the last topic, whose the speaker is Professor Bernard Amadei. Professor Bernard Amadei is a senior professor in University of Colorado. I have met him last June, and we have a short talk about the green building engineering. Dr. Bernard Amadei is a distinguished professor and professor in civil engineering at the University of Colorado at Boulder. He received his PhD in 1982 from the University of California at Berkeley. Dr. Amadei is the founding director of the Mortenson Center in Engineering for Developing Communities. He is also the founding president of Engineers Without Borders USA and co-founder of Engineers Without Borders International Network. Among other distinctions, Dr. Amadei is an elected member of the U.S. National Academy of Engineering and the National Academy of Construction. He is also an elected senior Ashoka Fellow. Dr. Amadei holds 7 honorary doctoral degrees: UMass Lowell, Carroll College, Clarkson, Drexel, Worcester Polytechnic Institute, the Technion in Israel, and SUNY ESF. In 2013 and 2014, Dr. Amadei served as a science envoy to Pakistan and Nepal for the U.S. Department of State. Dr. Amadei holds commercial pilot license, multi-engine land instrument. So, please, the time is yours, Professor Bernard Amadei. Yes, good afternoon.
as has been in small communities around the world. I focus on that because it's already hard to understand what's going on in a small village, let alone trying to understand the dynamic at a much larger scale. My approach is to use a systems approach instead of a linear type of approach. And this diagram here, I love it. It shows a bunch of academics who essentially talk to each other and they think that the world is linear until someone opens the door and quickly realizes that the world is no longer linear. The real world is complex. And sometimes people use the term VUCA. VUCA is an acronym for volatile conditions, for uncertain conditions, for complex conditions, and ambiguous conditions. So this is the world of the nexus. And the economist also talks about we are living in a world of predictable unpredictability. Of course, for us engineers, this obviously creates a big problem because it's much more comfortable when we talk about linear type of prediction. And when we have to deal with a VUCA world, how do we design structures that are resilient for the next 10, 20, 50 years? In the past, we did not have that problems, but now we are facing with some big, essentially, challenges. Okay, can you still hear me?
Yes, I hear.
Sorry, that was a bit confused there. So this is a big problem, and I really don't. I'm not necessarily going to come up with some solutions to those questions. I'm trying to raise more questions than coming up with answers, because unless we address the problem of complexity, in my opinion, in engineering and architecture, we would be repeating the same mistakes we have made in the past, which is essentially to look at the world as a bunch of vertical silos when the real world is more horizontal and cuts across the silos. So how do we train engineers, how do we train architects to think in a more integrated manner rather than essentially focusing on specialties? So the nexus is everywhere, and the nexus between peace and sustainability and climate change. It's one of the many nexuses that essentially are around us and that we have to deal with on a daily basis in engineering practice. Over the past 3 or 4 years, I've focused on the first one, which is the water, energy, land, food nexus, which is also, of course, a big one. I'm trying to use my pen here. Doesn't work. Okay. The water, energy, land, food nexus is certainly one of the biggest ones, and obviously climate change affects that nexus, and there are other types of nexuses that we could spend days and years talking about. But the message that I really want to convey in this presentation is that when we deal with nexuses, we need to use a systems approach. We can no longer use a linear approach where causality is from A to B, B to C. In the case of nexuses, we have essentially a lot of interaction between the different, it's my turn to be stuck here. I'm sorry. My PowerPoint presentation is stuck and doesn't want to progress. Let me reboot. I need to reboot and relink. I'm really sorry.
Let's waiting for Professor Amadei still prepare his slide.
You see my presentation, correct?
Yeah, maybe a small trouble in laptop.
So I was telling you about the message I want to send is really when you deal with rural engineering, you need to look at topics that are linked. We cannot look at them individually. So my approach to sustainability, climate security, and peace is to look at them from a system point of view. So it's, in sustainability, I use the 5 Ps of the UN. Essentially, when we define sustainability by people, planet, prosperity, partnership, and peace. And I tell my students that, you do a good project when it's good for the people, it's good for the environment, it creates prosperity, it creates partnership, and it's a peaceful type of outcome. If not, if one of those 5 components is not there, it's likely that the project is not good. I would need to change the design. So peace, I look at peace from a different point of view. There are actually 3 types of peace that have been identified in the literature. Cultural peace, positive peace, and negative peace. Negative peace is what we call the absence of violence. Positive peace is the presence of the conditions to create essentially a more peaceful type of community. And cultural peace is what people essentially decide. Again, I use a systems approach there where peace, I defined it as an emerging property of essentially how the community is acting up. Same thing about climate security. Climate security being security to the risk that are induced by climate change and climate pattern. Again, I look at climate security as being a state that comes as an emerging state from the interaction of different systems and essentially the mitigation aspect, the adaptation, and also the resiliency of communities. So those 3 states are essentially interact with each other. And for instance, one can start with the sustainability state. There, it's hard to, for instance, visualize a sustainable community if that community is not peaceful and it's not climate secure. Likewise, a peaceful community is more likely to stay peaceful if it's sustainable and it's also climate secure. And a climate secured, essentially, community that has adaptation and mitigation and resilience is more likely to stay that way if it endorses the 5 Ps of sustainability and also if it's a peaceful community. So we are looking at interacting states. And so when we design and we essentially plan interventions at the community level, we need to make sure that those interventions cut across those three sectors. One way of formulating that is to use a diagram like this. Again, the traditional approach here is to use vertical silos. There are experts on peace, there are experts on sustainability, there are experts on climate security. And so an integrated approach means that when we're looking at peace, we are looking at essentially the intersection of peace with different systems, something about sustainability, something about climate security. And when we look at the nexus, we also look at the interaction between those three sectors. Again, the question is, how do we educate engineers to essentially make decisions in that context, and how do we design and plan projects or interventions, essentially at the community level, keeping in mind that if we, for instance, do a bad job on peace, it has some consequences on sustainability and climate security and vice versa. Again, going back to this diagram here, if it's not sustainable, it's likely that if people are essentially fighting for water, food and energy at the local level, it's likely that this will not be a peaceful community, and it's likely that when subjected to climate change, that community will be essentially affected and will not be resilient. So what I'm trying to do in my work, and I'm trying to apply it in different contexts. So if you have a context in Indonesia, I would love to put my hands on and explore it with you again at the community level. But here's a good example where those three components interacted and led essentially to the situation we are in 2022 in Syria, where between 2007 and 2010, there was essentially a huge drought. And a huge drought related to climate change in Syria as well as as in Iraq. Poor water resource management combined with regional climate change led to local economic hardship and agriculture, migrations of a lot of people from rural areas to urban areas. We're talking about 1.5 million people who migrated to Damascus and Aleppo and the big cities of the Middle East there. Of course, those cities did not have the basic infrastructure available to absorb essentially 1.5 million to 2 million people over and over again every day, essentially coming in. So that created civil unrest with an oppressive government and also limited available employment. Not enough jobs were created for the newcomers. That created social political conflict, which then fed to more civil unrest. That civil unrest created more human insecurity, which led to external migration and movement of about 40 plus million people into Europe. So here's a good example. I just want to show you this example. This is called a causal loop diagram. This is one of the tools we use in system dynamics. Some of you might be familiar with that. But the idea here is to essentially model how different essentially variables are interacting. In this case, this is the best, in my case, this scenario that shows how the linkage between a lack of sustainability, poor livelihood at the urban level and at the rural level, climate change, the effect of climate change between 2007 and 2010. In 2010 came the Arab Spring, which then destabilized essentially the Middle East as well. So many reasons essentially can be attributed to the movement, to the migration. And those reasons we can cut across the three areas of peace or conflict, sustainability or unsustainability, and climate security versus climate vulnerability. This is a diagram that would probably spend an hour to explain, but I came across this beautiful analysis that was done from a literature review of 120 plus papers, looking at essentially, you have three vertical silos here. One on the left has to do with the climate stresses. On the right, on the middle, you have the direct and indirect effects of climate change, and in terms of psychological effects, in terms of a lack of resources, for instance, and on the right-hand side, the consequences, essentially, of the unrest in terms of the different type of unrest as a result of essentially the effect of climate change. So people have mapped there, as you can see, it's quite complex again. It's not linear, but the point I'm trying to make is that if we need to look at the linkages between sustainability, climate security, and peace, you need to look at them in a very specific context and at a specific scale. Whatever works at one scale doesn't work at another scale, because you're dealing essentially with non-linear issues, and non-linear issues, as you know, don't scale up. But essentially, kind of the soapbox, essentially the sandbox in which where we go back. I go back to. I did some work in Uganda not a long time ago. Say here's a small community. In that small community, there are going to be there's going to be social system, human system going on. There will be some infrastructure, even though the infrastructure may not be that essentially sophisticated. There are always different forms of capital. There are some economic system and there are some natural systems. So that's the playground. So essentially, how do we come up? How do we take a community essentially to start with? How do we analyze the data? How do we collect data at the community level? How do we analyze the data in an integrated manner, systemic manner? How do we decide on essentially interventions from a system point of view? How do we implement those interventions from a system point of view? How do we monitor and influence those, monitor and evaluate those interventions as interventions are taking place? I like this diagram because in that process, in that strategy that I just mentioned, we are often very blind. This is the story, you may have heard of that story of, I think it's a Sufi tradition from Rumi of essentially the blind man touching an elephant, and nobody has a clue of what they are touching. And that often That's often the case when we deal with essentially complex issues. And all those experts are essentially touching the elephant, but they're all coming up with different conclusions. Unless they get back together, and once they get back together, they may have an idea that they were actually touching an elephant. But short of having isolated experts, short of having that, you need to have isolated experts who are going to come up with some very strange conclusions and come up with some recommendations that may be even more harmful than good to start with. So the kind of methodology I was telling you a few minutes ago, I've summarized it here, starting from the bottom, essentially identifying the context, the scale, getting some data, identifying the key issues with the community. It's very important to do that in a participatory manner, identifying essentially the issues that are more important than the others. Not all issues at the community level carry the same weight. Rank and those issues, come up with some potential intervention scenarios. That's right here. And after that, making decisions about the theory of change, creating essentially those hypotheses of impact, and planning, design, intervention, and obviously reflective practice. What I want to show you here is that there are many essentially feedback mechanisms that are at play. It's not just a straightforward type of approach. Very often we may find ourselves, because of the complexity of the community, in a situation where, well, that intervention that we thought was good is not good anymore. So therefore, we need to go back and collect more data. And that's kind of what this diagram essentially is showing. So when we talk about the system approach to the nexus, it requires adopting a system mindset. It's like everything else, right? We need to develop some practices, some habits there. There are some, if you're interested, I'll be glad to send you some easy references to read about how do you develop those habits, right? And also we use system tools. There are different types of tools, soft tools, hard tools. Here's a soft tools where it's called a problem tree and solution tree, where we put essentially the problem on the tree trunk, and we identify the consequences of the problem, and these are the root causes of the problem.
Prof. Amade, your time 4 minutes more.
I know. And what I'm going to skip, a few. I want to finish. I know we are limited. Just want to tell you that using the systems approach is much more rewarding than using our traditional approach to design and planning of interventions. Obviously, there are some pros and cons. It's more difficult. We need to find more data. We need to analyze more data. We need to develop essentially scenarios of intervention that need to be essentially described and delineated. That's big. I love this quote from Albert Einstein. I noticed that one of the previous speakers provided a very interesting quote. Here's another one. The significant problems we face today cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. Problems of sustainability, climate change, conflict, peace, essentially cannot be addressed with the same level of thinking and the same level of leadership and the same level of compassion, or the lack of compassion at that case that created them. So I do believe we need to develop a new mindset. We need to develop better leadership, more integrated leadership and system leadership, and we also need to bring more compassion into the work that we are doing as engineers and architects. I know that compassion is not usually part of the curriculum, but I tell my students, try to think of a world that doesn't have compassion, and tell me if you like it or not. I do believe we need to bring our heart and our head, in our hearts and our heads into our work, and that signals the end of my presentation for tonight. Hello?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, for the excellent presentation from Professor Bernard Amadei. Let's applaud Professor Amadei. The slide will be sent in the next time to share all participants. And now it is time for us to get into the question and answer. Please state name, institution, and to whom the question is addressed. If any question, please, your time now to make a question. Is any question in chat box? Okay, anybody question? Anybody make a question for our participant? Okay. While waiting for other make a question, may I ask to Miss Annalisa your concept about water sensitivity urban design. How do you think if oh, sorry, Miss Annalisa is not here now because the presentation by video. So I think to Mr. Mauricia. Mr. Mauricia, your topic is toward sustainable design. This is focus on architecture design. And how do you think if we combine two other major design like mechanical, electrical, ship structure? What do you think about the sustainable design if we combine architecture, electrical, mechanical, and structure building? Do you have an opinion?
Yes, could you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Perfect, perfect. Yes, I think that when we're talking about sustainability, we have to not only thinking as architects. As I said in my presentation, we have to think, I don't know, we don't have to be expert, but we have to have the different ideas as economists. We have the first, the origin of the word sustainability were used by the economic sector in the 70s. So I think that it is really important that when we are talking about sustainability, we have to try to thinking not only in our field. I think that we can make it try to apply it to different disciplines, as we are saying, as mechanical, as engineering, as mechanical or electricity. So I think that it's really important to know that we can apply. When we are talking about new designs, I think that this is one of the best options. Just not try to think like architects just like this, or we can have a better open ideas of different disciplines. So I think that yes, we can try to apply it, but I don't know exactly how, because that's not my field. So I am more focused in the optimization and structural design. So I think that there's a lot of ways of trying to apply it in a mechanical and electric way.
So, you have two more questions for chat room, Mr. Mauricio.
Okay.
The first is, I will read for you. Very interesting presentation, Mr. Mauricio. Concrete and steel still mostly used for material construction nowadays because more sustainable than timber, especially for high-rise building. But how to manage waste in construction is another issue have to settle in making our environment green and sustain based on 12R concept to optimizing material use in construction. What do you think? This is question from Ms. Lolo.
Okay, perfect. Well, as I was saying in the first slides of my presentation, I don't want to talk about in the wrong way about steel and concrete. It's going to be a material that we are going to continue using. Actually, there's a lot of new ways of designing, new ways of fabricating the concrete. Actually, here in Mexico, there's a thesis of a PhD student making in, I don't remember if he is in architecture, but he used bricks that it's already done with concrete, but they are green, they have no emissions. The main problem about when we are making these materials is the fabrication. So when we are talking about sustainability, we only doesn't have to think about what is the purpose of the material. So we have to think about the fabrication of the material, because maybe steel will be steel or concrete or glass could be the problem will be when it will be in the fabrication process, and after the result will be completely sustainable. So when we're talking about to manage the waste about these materials, actually it's a real problem, because as I said before in the presentation, the steel we can recycle. We need a lot of energy. We have to use a lot of energy just to try to make it heat in a lot of waves, but in the case of the concrete, we have a big problem, because it's a material that when we are using the concrete, we have to put it with another materials. So this is the worst part, because we have to try to separate each material. Actually, there's a lot of new ideas that are making new machines that integrates all the concrete, and they try like scissors, they try to make it just like little pieces, just to try to make it more smaller, just to try to make it recycled. But the worst part of this is that we have to try to make it in a small, very small size, just to try to recycle. So we have to try to separate the steel. We have to try to change the materials that it's done with the concrete. So I think that it's a real problem when we're talking about the waste in construction. It's a big problem, because I don't know, there's a lot of new projects that they say, I don't want to make a new skyscraper, I want to try to remodulate a skyscraper that it's already done, because if we try to do this another one, we are going to use a lot of steel, we are going to use a lot of concrete, and when we have this skyscraper, like, I don't know, 50 years ago, 70 years ago, we can try to use it and give it another life. So it's very important, because when we are talking about sustainability, we have to try in the circular economy. So this is the process. When we begin, we have the medium use, third use, and we can try to make it in a circular economy, all the benefits of these materials.
The last question is from Hedy to Mr. Mauricio. If you propose using timber, it means we need to cut a lot of trees. Will it be a danger for our earth, since there will be a lot of CO2 on Earth. In other words, the Earth will become very hot and the climate change will be happen very soon.
Here in the case in Mexico, and I think in all the cases in all the countries in Latin America, there's not a regulation of this business, the tree business. So it's a real problem because when we were to have timber, they make illegal cutting of these trees. So it's a real problem. Actually, that's another point of the Agenda 2030 of the UN that says that we have to give to the company certification about cutting. In the case in United States and Canada, for every tree that they cut, they plant another one. So that's the idea that we don't have to reforestate our country. So we can have the equilibrium because every tree that we cut, we plant another one, and we have to leave it in a few years, 20 to 30 years, just to have another trees. And these laws apply the same in Europe, almost all Europe. And I think that in all the countries like Singapore, I don't know in the case of China, but there's a big problem because when we try to design, one of these problems is that when we buy this timber, this wood, we have to buy it from certificated places that applies these laws. This means that every tree that they cut, they have to plant another one. So there's a lot of problems in that question. I have to be honest because there's a lot of people that will give you the timber more cheaper than the original. So we have to, when we are designing and when we are going to use timber as a material for construction, we have to think where we are going to buy it and have to be certificated, just to try to avoid these problems of climate change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mauricio. And the last question may be for my senior professor, Professor Amadei. As we know, you are the founder of Engineer Without Borders in USA and also in international network. So maybe you explain to us about the concept of Engineer Without Borders, especially related to the green home or green building. That's all. Prof. Amadei.
Yeah, I was. Sorry. So engineers was already started about 20 years ago, and the idea is essentially to bring students, engineering students, as early as possible, starting in year 1 of their education into the field, and when essentially presenting them what is real engineering. So the students essentially take a projects. There are about 300 chapters across the United States. We have 17,000 members. Half of our members are students, half of our members are professional engineers. So they work with the students on the projects. They take the projects, say, somewhere in Indonesia, for instance, and they would essentially work for a period of 5 years. They do essentially participation with the community. They work with collecting data, finding problems, identify some issues, come up with some solutions, and essentially for 5 years. The idea of creating Engineers Without Borders was essentially to give the students a real experience during the 4 or 5 years of education. They usually don't get that in the classroom. The best model that I saw in terms of education of engineers was in Rwanda at Kigali Institute of Technology, and that would be very idea is really to give the student a hands-on experience.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Amadei, and also Mr. Mauricia. And let's appreciate and let's applaud to Prof. Amadei and Mr. Mauricia. Thank you the join of meeting for us, and we hope this meeting you can get something very important and benefit for you. Well, I am Pinondang Simanjuntak. That's all from me. Have a great rest of your day, and until next time, we'll see you again next session. I return to host Mr. Herto.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again to Dr. Pinondang Simanjuntak for leading us in plenary session 2 and 3. And also, we would like to thank the honorable speakers for the tremendous presentations and for the participation of the member of conference. Now we would like to invite you all to turn on your camera for photo sessions, and it will be on my count. As I'm sure we have so many slides, we don't really know which slide we belong to, so please bear with me for a while to give your best smile while we're taking the screenshot of the pictures on the screen. So, can we continue now? Okay, wait. Make sure to turn on your camera, and if you don't mind, and if you're in a very safe room and you're by yourself, please mask off. Okay. There are 7 slides in total, so there will be 7 times counting from me, okay? So now for slide number 1, 1, 2, 3. Slide number 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Slide number 4. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, I meant slide number 3. 1, 2, 3. We're moving on to slide number 4. On 1, 2, 3. And now it's for slide number 5. 1, 2, 3. Once again, you can put off your masks. Number 6, slide number 6. 1, 2, 3. Last but not least, slide number 7. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's give a big round of applause for the beautiful smiles that we have given on the screen. It shows that this conference has been going well so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, for a moment we will have break time. We will be back here at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian time. That's all from me. Enjoy your break and see ya.
Hobi punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nursiah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live calls, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Taplus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Galah! BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Cuma rebahan, tapi bisa bikin perubahan. Waktunya mulai bisa apa aja dari satu aplikasi. Mulai adaptasi cara bayar baru.
Bisa, kan pakai kris. Jadi mudah.
Mulai eksplorasi cara tarik tunai baru.
Ya bisa lah. Dengan mobile tunai, gak perlu ribet.
Mulai melihat potensi bisnis baru.
Bisa dong. Transfer luar negeri cukup dari sini.
Oh, itu aja ya?
Enggak. BNI Mobile Banking punya banyak fitur yang buat kamu bisa apa aja. Bisa investasi, buat live goals, kirim digital kado,
Bayar tagihan rutin, top up e-wallet.
dan berbagai fitur untuk transaksi lainnya. Aku aja punya BNI Tablus dan BNI Mobile Banking.
Yuk, buka tabungan dan aktivasi sekarang.
Cukup selfie.
Dengan tampilan BNI Mobile Banking baru,
Mulai bisa apa aja sekarang.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your break time. And back with me again, Herto Bastian Abu, as your Master of Ceremony. Welcome back to the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0. Let's give a big round of applause for this second half of this international conference. This international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Universitas Kristen Indonesia, Postgraduate Program of Universitas Kristen Indonesia, in collaboration with the Indonesian Civil Engineers Society of North America, or ICESNA, and in cooperation with PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Interclean, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Ganasakti Indonesia, BNI or Bank Negara Indonesia, and Civiturba. It is also covered by our media partner, TVRI, Asrinesia, Media Indonesia, and also broadcasted live on YouTube channel at official Fakultas Teknik UKI. I would like to gently remind you to always follow the health protocol, to keep your microphone muted during the presenter's presentation, and also to switch your communication devices to silent mode, and to follow this conference with great care. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to breakout room session. Just like yesterday, we have 4 breakout rooms, namely Civil Engineering Room, Mechanical Engineering Room, Electrical Engineering Room, and Architecture Room. Please see your name on the screen. As displayed, you will see your name assigned to a certain room. And for those whose names are not listed or assigned to a certain room, please feel free to join any room you prefer. And may I also share with you, especially to Mr. Joshua Firhan, as displayed on the screen, it is still under the Mechanical Engineering Room, but this time you are moved to Civil Engineering Room 2. So to Mr. Joshua Firhan, you are moved from Mechanical Engineering Room to Civil Engineering Room 2. But for the others, as displayed, you are welcome to join the assigned room. Either it's Civil Engineering or Mechanical Engineering, Electrical Engineering, or Architecture room. And for those whose names are not listed on the screen, please feel free to join any room that you prefer. May I also say in Bahasa Indonesia, bagi Bapak Ibu yang namanya tidak tertera di dalam daftar yang tertampil di layar, silakan memilih ruangan mana yang disukai. Thank you. That's all, and we wish you a great session in breakout room session.
seru deh. Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
dia punya passion di bidang teknik, skui dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Hobi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat, dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan hitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pemberian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Hobi punya passion di bidang teknik, skui dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan khitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pembelian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Bobi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, Skui dokter di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
The reliability of machinery and installations is an essential precondition for service life and operational dependability. Faults, and in particular failures, endanger the in-plant flow. Most machine malfunctions are either directly or indirectly caused by unbalance. Although rotors are balanced exactly when new, installation, wear, or operational influences create new unbalances. These unbalances can be detected and corrected with the help of Smart Balancer with little effort. Machine vibrations are measured with the acceleration sensor. The Smart Balancer offers a variety of tools to evaluate them and to diagnose their causes. For example, measuring the overall vibration, performing frequency analysis to determine the cause of vibration, and performing order tracking analysis to identify critical machine resonances. If the analysis tool clearly detects an unbalance as the reason for a machine vibration, you can proceed directly to balancing. The reference sensor is attached to measure the speed and the angular position of the unbalance. The balancing procedure starts with the calibration of the Smart Balancer. The first run is the initial run in the rotor's current state. In the following step, a known trial weight is attached to the rotor and its weight and location are entered in the Smart Balancer. The following test run measures the changes as a result of the attached trial weight. After the test runs are concluded, the Smart Balancer calculates the exact amount and location for the correction mass. The trial weight is removed and the correction mass is attached according to the Smart Balancer. The following measuring run shows that the balancing procedure was successful. All measurements can be stored in the Smart Balancer and retrieved at a later date. Records of stored measurements can be transmitted to a PC via USB interface or printed directly on selected printers. In addition, our extended report software enables you to transmit measuring results to a PC as a CSV file, and automatic reports can be generated using Excel. With Smart Balancer, you have the complete package at hand to perform a professional field balancing job. Rotors of nearly all sizes can be balanced precisely in the complete assembled state under operational conditions. Whether operational balancing, service, or maintenance, the Smart Balancer is a tool with many talents. You are ready to start with just the Smart Balancer basic scope of delivery.
Media Indonesia 52 tahun, Indonesia bertumbuh. Bagi manusia, usia 52 tahun bukanlah umur yang muda lagi. Dia sudah menjadi sosok yang matang, penuh perhitungan dan lebih bijak. Sosok yang sama dengan Media Indonesia, sebuah harian nasional yang sudah mengalami pasang surut dan asam manis kehidupan. Kini, kami, Media Indonesia, merayakan hari ulang tahun bersama pembaca, masyarakat dan para mitra. Diawali pada 15 dan 17 Desember 2021, para jurnalis muda Media Indonesia memberikan pelatihan jurnalistik di rumah belajar ICoSAE Jakarta Barat dan siswa dari 3 SMA di Purwakarta, Jawa Barat. Media Indonesia pun menggelar kegiatan media berbagi dengan melakukan khitanan massal pada 52 anak donor darah serta pembelian tali kasih bagi para narasumber halaman setara dan berdaya, para disabilitas yang menginspirasi. Kami juga berbagi dengan Panti Asuhan Bina Harapan, Panti Asuhan Yatim dan Duafa Ikhlasul Amal Umat, serta anak-anak pengajian Masjid Nur Siah Daud Paloh. Kami menyadari itu cuma langkah kecil, seraya berharap dan berdoa agar langkah-langkah yang lebih besar bisa kami wujudkan. Terima kasih Indonesia, mari bersama terus bertumbuh.
Teman-teman, bagi yang punya passion di bidang teknik, skui daftar di Fakultas Teknik UKI. Kayaknya seru deh. Apa gue daftar sekarang aja?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second International Conference on Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0. We hope you enjoyed your breakout room session, and we hope that you got so many beneficial things that you can take back and really implement in your daily life. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause once again to our international conference. And yeah, we've now come to the closing ceremony. So let us hear a closing statement from the chairman of the committee of the Second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering by Mrs. Chandra Kristianti Purnomo, STMP.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that during these 2 days, all of us have obtained a fruitful discussion in the second ICoSAE, whose main theme is Smart Living in Sustainable Architecture and Engineering Technologies toward Industry 5.0. We have learned a lot from the keynote session delivered by the amazing keynote speakers, parallel session, which are delivered by very interactive invited speakers, and 62 presenters who have shared their interesting work. Once again, on behalf of the committee, thank you for delivering such important material so that all of us can deepen our knowledge about design research. Furthermore, I would like to thank all presenters and participants who have joined this conference for all over the world. I'm certain that every presenter has presented the sustainable architecture and engineering technologies research. I sincerely hope that through your presentation and discussion afterward, all of us can contribute to solving the problems in our own countries. Even though the contribution may be small, but it is still valuable. Third, please revise your paper according to reviewers' comments and adjust your paper template according to the requirement of the journal in which your paper is going to be published. Please submit it to our email at icosae2@uki.ac.id on December 2022. The next thing I would like to say, we are happy to announce the Best Paper Award and the Best Student Paper Award. So, the Best Paper Award will be given to, congratulations, Ron Aldrino Chan from University Malaysia Sarawak. Whose paper entitled Evaluation of the Sustainable Development of Low Volume Roads in Sarawak. Congratulations, Ron. And the next, the Best Student Paper Award will be given to congratulations, Carlos Filipus from Universitas Kristen Indonesia, whose paper entitled Comparative Analysis of Performance of Special Moment Resisting Frame System and Dual System on Earthquake-Resistant Reinforced Concrete Building Structure based on SNI 1726-2019 Case Study of Earthquake in Padang City. Congratulations for both of you. Finally, I would like to thank all the committee members for organizing this conference and ensuring that it proceeded smoothly. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a saying in Bahasa Indonesia, ada perjumpaan, maka ada perpisahan. Which means, when there is a meeting, then there will be a goodbye. I hope that we can meet again in the third ICoSAE. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations to Carlos Filipus for Best Student Paper Award and to Ron Aldrino Chan for Best Paper Award. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great moment for us that we've been joining since yesterday in this second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0. This international conference is organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program of Universitas Kristen Indonesia in collaboration with the Indonesian Civil Engineers Society of North America or ICESNA and in cooperation with PT Urban, PT New Model International, PT Interclean, PT Gatensi Indonesia, PT Gana Sakti Indonesia, Bank Negara Indonesia or BNI, and CV Turba. It is also covered by our media partner TVRI, Asrinesia, and Media Indonesia, and is also broadcasted live on YouTube channel at Official Fakultas Teknik Universitas Kristen Indonesia. As we started this program with prayer, so it is time also for us to close this program with closing prayer that will be led by Mr. Sudarno Tampubolon.
Okay, good evening everyone. Before we closing our conference today, better we pray. I will lead in Christianity. I hope all of you also can pray according to your religion. Let us pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you for this time. Thank you for this moment. We can finish our conference beginning until the end. Father in heaven, we say thanks for all the participation, especially for the speaker and also invited speaker, and also for the all student and also the presenter who already give their research and also the present for 2 days. Father in heaven, we say thanks also for the sponsor who give and supporting our conference today. Please lead and blessing them in their all activity. Father in heaven, we will continue our activity today. Please, you can lead us and also you can protect us in our activities so we can do our activity to greet your name. We have so many sins. Please forgive us so we can receive your blessing. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and we say thanks. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we've come to the end of the second International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering with the theme Smart and Sustainable Living Environment Towards Industry 5.0, organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Postgraduate Program of Universitas Kristen Indonesia. We would like to thank you for your participation, attention, and contribution to this conference. And on behalf of the Working Committee, I would like to apologize if there was any inconvenience during this conference. Thank you so much and wish you all the best. I am Herto Bastian Abul signing off and see you next year on the 3rd International Conference on Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. God bless you and bye-bye.
Udah. Kan udah masuk informasi itu.
Recording stopped.
Bener deh, stop.